Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
We should think about eating soon.
Really? Not all that hungry myself.
Don't make me say it again.
Yeah, good idea.
Alright everybody, we are back with more Tales of Arise. And last time we beat up some giant lava monster, and we found our spaceship. But we're going to wait for that for later. I got ahead of myself last time on trying to use Dohalim's ability when we could not yet. And I don't remember all the places we can use it either. So we'll just do this one for now.
I think Hootle senses an owl around here.
We'll fight these things for what little... I just can't get over this cough I got. It's been about 3 weeks already.
Go no further!
Wow, I didn't kill it one hit.
Thanks. Just what I needed. We won that by a mile.
Indeed we did. Okay, we can go up here and finally use this. Like I said, I got ahead of myself last time, and where the heck is it? It's gotta be over here. Stupid bees.
Gotta break through.
Here's a healing arc.
Take this. My turn. My turn.
Come forth and heal its obscurity.
Oh wow, we're a little low on everything.
We're in good form.
Oh, the map actually tells me this? So I guess I can just pull up the map for other areas and look. Where's the owl at? There's gotta be one up here. Where are you, sneaky owl? What?
That equipment should come in handy.
There's an owl here? How did I not get the owl that's here? Oh, I didn't realize I'd gotten that armor for myself. Guess I've been a little lacking in the armor department.
Whew.
I
What a
thought
rush.
the blinking light was an owl for a second there. So we'll go around the back way.
Guess I misread the landing.
Wherever this owl's at, I don't remember it.
Little help.
Here I come. No.
Wow, look what I just found.
Yeah, nothing good.
An opponent like this should be easy. My turn.
We don't need no healing.
Easy peasy. Ha, Hootle.
Ouch, that hurt. I pinched my finger in my headset. And it stings big time. And it's turning purple already.
That's far enough. Here
Here I
goes.
come. My turn. didn't even
Where's
break a
Owl
sweat.
at? Because that's the fishing spot.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
I'm gonna go see what level that praying mantis thing is too.
Everybody okay?
We might be able to
We're
beat
all
that
right,
thing up.
Alvin.
We beat up the queen bee, which was 5 levels higher than us. Where's this blasted owl at?
Let's dispose of the trash.
I should look up a guide.
As soon as I'm done here, come help out.
We're in good form.
Nope, nothing back there. Oh. Everyone went back this way. Oh. It's right there. Right in front of my face.
Maybe something's going on in the forest.
Woo! More costumes. I keep hitting the wrong button too. Moscow we can't rest at. Ulzabek we can.
Finally.
We don't want to cook. We don't need to cook. Take on praying mantis. It can't be.
If only we could have flown with the wind to get.
There's no way this stupid praying mantis can be that many levels left ahead of us.
Fast.
And it'd help if it hit the right buttons. Hold on just a second here. Gotta grab my phone for something here quick. It was nothing. Ah, my cat is destroying the litter box. Right on time.
Yikes! Don't make eye contact with it.
Well, what level is this thing? I don't remember. It's not like we did that much. It's only 43, and we're 41 and 42.
Go no further.
Double demon fang. Hook shot. Sword Rain Alpha. Time to cross blade.
The floating part's their weak point.
That's our attack, right?
Will this help? Blah blah blah.
Vacuum blade.
Sleep now. Healing circle. Let's get you all tucked away.
Try
I'll
harder.
stop its charge.
Thanks, Kisara.
Here I come. Severing blade.
Will this help?
Void flash.
Illuminate the dark. There you go. Don't let up.
Void flash.
Healing circle.
Now I can let
Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah. You too.
You're mine. Severing blade.
How about this?
Strike.
Void
flash.
My head's spinning just watching you.
No, Rinwell.
Here,
Void flash. Strike. Take this. Blue escape. Strike.
Wow, we got one of its health bars down already.
Double demon fang. You're mine.
Thank you, Kisara.
Shield. Amazing.
It looks like you got this one covered.
Thank you for the healing circle.
I owe you one.
Here,
I have no limits. Sword Rain out! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
annihilate Hurricane Strike.
Double Demon Fang!
This one's mine. Havoc Flower. Got it.
It made it seem like this was gonna be way harder. Maybe it is. I forgot what its second stage is like.
Double Demon Fang! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
Here I come!
And then I'm 10 miles above it trying to hit it.
So now you're getting serious?
More Suko?
What is it doing?
Double Demon Fang!
Down! You're all far enough!
Here I go! Severing Blade! Force Blast! Strike!
Where are these other Zoogles at? Oh, they're back here?
I'm not done!
Where are you going?
Burn in hell! You're mine!
Look sharp!
Severing Wind! Force Blast! Okay, here I go! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Did it!
Yeah! Nice technique!
No escape! Force Blast! Strike!
Ouch, man. We're getting...
You're taking too many hits!
I am taking a lot of hits. Holy shit.
Say no more!
Guardian Field! How do you like
Real
being
pain feels
pounded
like?
into... No! Don't leave me all alone here.
I didn't see Rinwell was down already, too.
Far enough! The power of fire! Alright, let me at him! Light up the dark! Alright, let me at him! Here, light up the dark!
Let's see, I thought I had one that healed quite a bit.
I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss.
Double Demon Fang!
That's gonna smart.
You're mine! Wind! Force Blast! Strike! This one's all mine!
Do it! Neon! Astral Energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory. Going naturally.
Ignite!
Hurricane Strike!
I owe you one. Looks like you came to my rescue again.
You need to be careful. With the blazing sword and with my thorns.
Try harder! My turn! Severing Wind! Void Blast!
So now you're getting serious?
Man, I don't like how its weakness is right on its leg there.
Look sharp, everyone!
Holy shit.
And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
The flame inside is yours to be let free!
Come on, break the core.
Lunar Arc!
You picked the wrong fight!
I'll be saving this one. I can't heal you forever.
Alright, now where was I?
See, Kisara unfortunately did not have hers up and ready there.
Double Demon Fang! Double
He just fucking knocked Kisara right on the ground.
Healing astral energy.
Say no more.
We're only 2 levels below it.
That astral energy was incredible.
I gave it everything I had.
I didn't even know this rock was up in here. There, we got that one done. Beat these guys up here quick.
I'll do my best.
I know we're low.
Fighting in this state isn't advisable.
Ooh, Sobek.
Aw, are you tired, Hoodle?
You sure he's not just trying to hide from us?
Oh, it's up here. I don't know where the heck I'm going. I don't know why I'm going over there.
Yeah. What?
Right.
Afraid not.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Don't go dying. Oh, that was quite a bit of money. I think I'm running low on life bottles, too. Probably should go buy some of them.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our head.
Happy bottles. Yeah, I'm only at four of those. It says it's new. Can we craft any more weapons? Ooh, I almost accidentally crafted it too. Nothing for you. We have the best we can. I thought we might have got more of that, but we did not. This one we need. Teeming Water 2nd edition. We didn't make the first one? Could have sworn we did. And then... how much better is that than... oh, it is quite a bit better.
I'm impressed how well balanced this thing is.
Wow, we got everybody some new equipment. Well, except for myself and Shion. We already had that. We already had the best we could get. And I forgot to rest.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof.
Nah, we don't need to cook. Not right now, anyway.
Over our heads.
So, do the rest of the map show me Dohalim stuff? Like if I can use it? I thought there was an owl out here. Maybe I got it. That's the cabin. That thing's level 45, if I remember right. We might be able to take it now. I thought it might show me the places we can use Dohalims. I don't have to go to the map directly. I'm not going over there. I don't remember there any being at the pond. Oh, then we went the wrong direction. Yeah, they don't show any there. Or there. What about here? No, it might be something I have to look up at some point, too. I wonder what level this thing is. We'll go check it out here quick. And then we'll get started with the main story again here.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
We'll save before we do it, because why not? I feel like this one's going to be quite a bit higher level than what we should be doing.
That thing looks like trouble. Quite. I doubt we'd fare well against it.
Maybe not then, if they're actually saying something. Same with that one. I wonder if we can do anything with the books now. Let me check that out quick. There's got to be one book I'm missing then. Ooh, starships. It's quite the invasion. We'll check the monster at the beach quick too, the flying one. I'd like to knock a couple of them out of the way if I can. Books! Can I do more? Did I make it a good enough book? Oh my gosh, Law.
Hey.
I don't remember what I have equipped her in, well. No. What do I have on Rinwell? Equipment. Poison. Oh, no poison. Big whoop-de-doo. That's alright. I like the elemental attack better. Well, at least we got one more book done. That one, I don't think we can do. The caverns, I know we cannot do. We'll check here and then get on to the main story.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
That would be nice.
Okay, off we go.
Please no touch me with the electricity. Lemons. We'll just see what level it is.
Oh crap! Oh crap! Oh crap! Oh crap!
That's what he said at the last one and we beat it up. So what level are you then? 42. Well, you're only one level ahead of us. You're flying though, and I hate the flying ones.
Dispose of the trash. Airborne beast.
Yeah, we're gonna want to switch arts. We don't want... Where was, that one. And then do it, that's aerial, or air again. No, I don't have any more.
My spec.
Soaring light spear! Come one, come all! You picked the wrong fight!
Far beyond the darkest. They're all coming after me.
I'm coming, Rinwell.
I'm not scared. I'm totally fine.
This one's mine.
We need to get rid of these things and fast.
There!
Hurricane strike.
Lightning thrust!
Raging storm.
Soaring light spear! You're mine!
Now, astral energy. Full throttle.
And it's gotta be, if it's not lightning thrust, it's gotta be one of the earth ones.
Flawless victory.
Naturally.
Yeah, but it is.
My turn! I'm not done! No escape!
Nothing gets by me.
Take this! Lightning thrust! Soaring light spear! Void blast! Devastation! Crush! Here I come! Lightning thrust! Void blast!
Here, let me help.
You're mine!
I shouldn't be using Void Slash, but it's such a cool move.
Come help out.
How could a girl ever say no? As impressive as always.
Here I hoped I was the truth.
No, I mean you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Eternal devastation!
Look here! Raging cascade!
Devastation! You're mine!
In here! Searing flame! Get out there with the others!
Here I come!
Illuminate the storm! Here! Hurricane! Holy quiver! Holy land! That's over! Back into the fray!
I can't believe that move actually hits it, too.
Eat dirt! Thanks! Eternal devastation! Thanks! I'm not done! Soaring light spear! Devastation!
And it hits it like a truck, my goodness.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclops!
Holy shit, its health went flying down.
Now's our chance.
Eternal devastation! I'm not done! Eternal devastation!
Yeah, I figured that one probably should have missed.
Think you can fly?
Not today!
Lightning strike! Let's keep up the
Eternal
pressure!
devastation! No escape! Devastation!
Hear my call. Air thrust. Spread.
Laser spear!
Here's the evil. Hurricane strike. Freeze laser. I never miss. Lightning.
Well, it isn't technically in the air, so I should have known that one wasn't going to work.
Time to end this battle!
The enemy is going all out. Freeze laser.
Be still!
I'm out of ammo. Hurricane strike.
It's too much!
Ouch!
Scarlet Inferno! Eternal Devastation! Crush!
Oh, violent guardian.
Do it!
Carve out. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
There, we got that one done. Despite Law going, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap.
That took more energy than I expected.
You can suck it, Law. We beat it, no problem. It helps when we all have really good weapons, too. What are these? Are these more peppers? No. Tomatoes. Was it you?
Yeah.
How?
Huh? Well,
Giving her food? Burning Strike? Is that a new spell? Ooh, Cyclone. Give her that one. Oh, that's so expensive. Ooh, Law's got a lot to spend too. We can finish 2 of Laws. Wow, Doleem's got a lot too. What is this one? Owl Sanctuary. Artifact types. I don't remember how to get those. And... oh boy. Yeah. And the healing arts. In case we have to use him again. Holy smoke, Xion has a lot. Mystic Crest. And the ultimate ingredient. I don't remember what that one is either. What is this one? Element 40. It's just regular defense. And this is... sorry. I don't remember having this much for Silver Marlin. Ooh, defense plus 50. That should be good there for now. There, now we'll head back to our ship and continue with the main story. I think we've waited long enough.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Oh, it's daytime now.
It's funny, isn't it?
what is?
All this. When we first started this thing, Did you ever imagine we'd be going to Lenegus? After all, this is the sort of thing I was rebelling against when I ran away from home, right?
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew what his son was doing right now.
And a little shocked, too.
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years. Deep down, I knew our journey would lead to confronting Lenegus.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renan. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Shion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory. No offense taken, and this is no picnic for me either.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Lenegus and the Renan homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
The people of Lenegus?
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with Shion and Dohalim, right? And it's not just us. If places like Menancia can do it, then why can't we?
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over Dana. There are those on Lenegus who have never stepped foot on Dana. I doubt whether they'd even listen to Danans. Look, none of us want to fight. But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on Dana. What happens next is on them.
Right. We're not going to sit back and wait for them to oppress us again.
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegus. And wherever she is, we should find the Renaissance too.
That's right. If we can take it back, then Shion can finally get rid of her thorns. Shion?
Huh? Yeah.
Where? Shion? Where'd Shion go? How could she just go off on her own?
Sorry guys, I got up to get my cat some treats because he was being kind of a butt. Being a butt and he gets treats anyway. What a life to have. Where'd Shion go? Oh, she's over by the ship. My covered in weeds ship.
Shion. Shion!
It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
Wait a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Rolron?
Yeah. I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time.
Huh?
The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even...
I believe you, Shion. But tell me how is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, but my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, it will be my death. I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape. I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
Shion, don't lose hope yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to.
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first, but ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegis, when the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens,
They will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renaissance on your own. and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
But that's... too much. It's way too much.
When this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Danans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
Shion!
Elvin?
Living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Elvin.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen. We can fight this. We'll fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else too?
Shion, what do you want? It's your decision ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys...
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope.
Huh?
Shion is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns. The true nature of which, I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. Though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again. Shion. No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you. All of us are. You are not alone.
You guys. You're all so stubborn. Thank you, everyone. For right now, and a little while longer, I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you. So let's go. On to Lenegis.
Holy shit, what a fantastic scene. And they picked some of the best music to play for it, too. Hello, Dohalim.
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Or that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelegion. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right.
We're not going to let the thorns be the end of the world. I don't... Yeah, I was going to say, I bet we can't fast travel anywhere. Not with the party being disbanded.
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Shion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Shion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it.
Oh, I can't believe what Shion's been going through.
Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Shion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Shion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell.
Oh, it's the livestock's ready. Nothing important.
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off, but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time, though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her, no matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr, I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law.
Sorry. I guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Shion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point, but I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is.
None of us could have truly known what Shion was going through. Chappie, you're being a tired kitty, and you won't go lay down. Why don't you just go lay down, buddy? You got your treats, your special wet food. It's nap time, isn't it?
Hey, you doing all right?
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Dahnans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadheim, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the blazing sword. and to obtain the Renis Alma. But after that day, one time became two. And before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renans. You cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shion.
But then, I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt, and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shion. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Danans and Renans, can finally live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you until the very end.
Thank you.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah, I think you may be right about that.
Everyone well rested? Then let's go.
I did eat already. Fish, remember? Can I fast travel? We need to go to the Owl Forest quick. Tita, you missed a scene. Shion was crying and Alphen gave her a big old hug.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hootle?
I'm missing a lot of owls from there. And there. And there, I guess. I think Calaglia, we finally found them all. Everyone else, we're struggling. Give me costumes. Yeah, she was crying. You missed it. Might have been a little before 30 minutes. Maybe about 20 minutes ago. Maybe not even that long.
Most of the perches are filled up now. Frankly, I'm amazed there's so many of these guys.
What cautious lives they must have lived. They deserve credit for their vitality.
They're all so lovely individually, but I think they look downright awe-inspiring when so many of them are gathered together in one place.
I don't know. It's hard to relax with all of them eyeballing us at once.
Yeah, I guess owls do seem to stare.
You've done well.
He's at it again.
Come on, you know you like it.
Frankly, I never thought you'd gather so many of us.
You are so quick to rescue those in need. You have given us a big, happy family.
We're on the brink of extinction. We must work together if we are to change our fate.
You carry a heavy burden.
Don't you worry. We can change fate. You won't be alone. I promise.
This isn't just your fight. I'm here for you too. I want us both to be together.
That was you interpreting for the owls, right?
Yeah, of course.
It's nice to see everyone getting along, but perhaps we should be moving on.
Look at how embarrassed they are.
Just who was that conversation between?
Try not to think about it too much. Besides, there's still a few empty perches left.
It's not my fault.
We've come this far. Why stop now, right?
Hey, Hootle. Once we've managed to gather all the owls, after that... Huh?
It's not my fault. Yeah, what are... Oh. What? When did we get this stuff? Oh. I think the red looks best on her. Her original one. I'm a big fan. The straw hat. Does everybody have that? Oh, we do. Yeah, I'm definitely not putting that on him. What did we just... We got, the Owl Queen something. Where are you at, Owl Queen? There's a Hootle doll. I don't think we're going to be going around the game with that on our head. Was something just beeping? I do. I have a lot of accessories. We don't have time for accessories. It is time for space. Yeah, one of my smoke detector's batteries is dying, so hang on just a second. So that way we don't have to listen to it beep the entire stream. So give me just a minute here to get this changed. I gotta see which one it is. There. I think I got it. Now that we got that done, it's time for space. We need to go to space. I just didn't want to have to hear you, or want you to hear, and me to have to listen to a smoke detector beeping all
Looks like
night.
we made it here in one piece.
Yes. Look at my beautiful spaceship, covered in weeds and vines. It's okay, it'll blow off when we get into space, right? Take off, yes.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that. You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... Well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
I put a battery in it. I usually keep a spare one on hand. Because, you know, I'm an adult. Whoa, look at how shiny it is now.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Hey, don't you dare make fun of my spaceship.
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
Tina, did you know I'm the main character in a PS1 game? That's right, me.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though, You too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
Yep, the game is called Grandia. What a wonderful game it is, too. I beat that one, I think, last year or the year before. Ah, Grandia. What a grand game it is, too. I loved it. Oh, that's how you get down from the ship. Let me get down. I want to go into space. Oh. What the heck are these? Where are the beds at? How do you sleep on this thing? There's no beds. Where is Law at? Did I miss him? Oh, they're up there. Him and Rinwell are together. Surprise, surprise.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched, helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse, but then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Shion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Dahnan victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this. Together.
Shion did get the short stick.
Hey, Alphen, listen to this. So Law and I were just talking, and
Love Hoodle's
Hey,
expression
shut
there.
What's got Law all flustered?
only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
Oh, Law, you big baby. I don't like flying either, in all honesty. So I kind of agree with Law. I wonder if this is what we were in. Anybody else in here? No.
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. That should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? Would that mean you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Dahnans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
Tina, I keep forgetting to ask, what do the void bugs do? I guess I don't quite understand what the new void bug things do on
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renan ladder is considered superior to being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this Red Woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That Red Woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them. There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this Red Woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renans. The capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less. Who knows what we'll find on the other side?
Hey, you know I don't talk during important cutscenes, so thank you for answering my question. And we were streaming at like the exact same time. I wasn't gonna go into your stream and be all like Johnny, hey bro, I'm streaming right now too. And I always stream Friday. Well, not always. I shouldn't say that.
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
Yeah.
So how many Renans actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
Yay, we're finally on Lenegis. There's our beautiful planet that we come from. Is there anything to loot out here? How dare they not have anything for me to steal as soon as I get on the planet? I mean, borrow. Wow, what a dump.
What in the world?
This being Renan territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Doe?
So who's Faria?
Law?
Damn Law.
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the Wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danans poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two.
Hey, I corrected
Dan
myself.
and I should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
Yes.
What could be so important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process. It's just... unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. We don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
I could stream every single Friday or Monday of the year except for one, and that would be the only one you ever remember. He didn't stream this Monday.
Do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry. That probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will.
How come you don't get on Jacoby when he doesn't stream? What is that noise? Oh. Hey, I'm a busy guy sometimes. I'm busy sometimes, and I'm old, and I need lots of sleep. Hey, new recipe. Damn it, it's not a fishing lure.
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of fishing, but my skills pale in comparison.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First, Lenegis mutates beyond recognition. Now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
What a kiss ass. Hey, I don't give you crap when you don't want to go fix printers. Ooh, strawberries. How did fixing the printer go earlier this week that you've never done before?
Your lordship. Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the Lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time.
It's on a need-to-know basis, buddy, and you don't need to know. Thank you for your time. Even though it was worthless. Worthless! I have not been able to get parts for 2 weeks at work. And I'm starting to get some not-so-nice phone calls. With some very angry people.
Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Hmm? Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent. Which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth. That Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said Azoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Dahnan. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made Sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 Sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it!
I told that to the guy today that, you know, I can't get his parts. And that this is the company's fault, not mine. And all he told me was he was tired of my excuses.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, there's sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Ganabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the... Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
Okay. So I guess there's a lot going on this planet. We don't know who's really even in charge. Alphen's the sovereign, but he ain't in charge. Is there anything back here? Looks like the... Oh, that's all the path is.
I didn't realize Renans oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Dahnan city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alphen and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
I wish they would have actually, talked so we could see what they were trying to say. Hello, Gordino of Lenegus. Well, he kind of did.
Falstaff had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
I'll just read them.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
What?
Lord Almadria.
Ganabelt was so horrible to people. Yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
Yeah, just a little bit.
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
Well, let's see what's in the next district. Sadly, there's no owls up here.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed, the effects of Lenegis' transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way, this area was simply luckier.
Pardon me.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was kind of a B word. We'll just go with witch. Is there anything else out? Oh, looks like I should be able to go back that way. I cannot. Where's the loot? Bald Gordino.
Ridiculous. Okay.
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Gannett Harros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balseph hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too.
Terrible people.
Balseph and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Dahnan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
Oh, I didn't realize that was a quest. Thank you for the free stuff, I guess. I know your sitting's burning to the ground, but where's the free loot? Where is the stuff for me to steal? Grape jelly. I suppose that'll do for now. Damn it! I wasn't done!
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current Sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfricht Milgras, the former Lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfricht whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming Sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over Holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the Sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the Motherland, Sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renan by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Doe?
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still... Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Boy, it seems we all have our problems, don't we? Dohalim's not very welcome even on his own planet. I was like, why is this guy shooting fire at the buildings? And then there's the red woman. I don't like her creepy bug eyes. Where the hell are we? What district is this? There's an inn. It did have it coming, apparently. Man setting... He's trying to set the fire out with fire. Oh, we got some tofu. I've never actually eaten tofu before. I only eat the best ramen that money could buy. Well, I think that guy's dead. He dead. By the way, Rev, did you get your dress? Did you get that long sought-after dress?
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renan sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagan. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagan and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagan and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagan had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagan was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait. Don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less. She would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty. Instead, I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe. But I still wanted to say thank you.
Well, obviously Cloud was the prettiest girl of them all. Boy, we're getting right into the...
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
We're getting right into the fields this episode. We can manage the ranch from another planet? That's kind of cool. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be raising anymore. We're just picking everything because why not? I can't do anything. What do you have? Transfer skill. I don't... Do you have the Mystic Charm? No, I don't see it. No, you don't. So I cannot craft that yet. I made new weapons for everyone earlier in the episode. Oh wow, he does have a new weapon. I thought I did good. I made everyone brand new weapons. And now we're all behind again. This game is blasphemy. That just looks weird. Oh. That looks like something off Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, I just made Kisara this. Well, I guess you get another new shield this episode. Oh, and you get another new book, even though I just made you that one. Oh, that's gotta be the book that, I'll finish that quest up. I just made Law of those, too. Congratulations, everyone. Well, I guess Dohalim gets the shaft. I don't have any stuff for him. Congratulations, everyone. You all get new weapons again. Can I sell anything? Gold chunks. That's it? We're broke again. Well,
have you guys checked your equipment lately?
I did. Thank you. What about armor? I guess I should look at that. That ain't much of an improvement. We're all good there. I don't care what anyone else says. Yes, we would like to sleep. And what was the new recipe we got? Not hamburger. Ooh. Was it the fancy parfait? It was. We're making ice cream, the parfait. Nothing will stop us from eating this.
This came out so good. I almost hate having to eat it.
I don't.
Hootle, no, that's mine.
Never thought I'd see you fighting Hootle over food, of all things. Normally, you share everything you have with him.
Yeah, but this is a fancy parfait. Every girl dreams of having one of these.
Is it really that big of a deal?
Please don't bring me into this.
It's always nice to eat something that fulfilling.
I can't believe I actually get to have it all for myself. Every little bite makes me so happy.
But isn't that parfait gonna cost you quite a lot more than your regular ice cream choice?
That's all the more reason for me to enjoy it. Everyone knows it takes lots and lots of sweets to stay full of energy.
Everybody, a cream monster has devoured Rinwell.
At times such as these, it would be best to just let her do as she wishes.
Yeah, definitely.
Dohalim's right. If someone's trying to enjoy their favorite food, just leave them to it and don't bother them.
Yep. Can't argue with that.
I don't get women.
So good!
Alright, you two, is it true? It's every girl's dream to have a parfait like that? Is that so? I need answers, and I need them now. Onward! What? There's enemies in here?
Damn it. Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
They got deer antlers on their heads. Oh, I guess I don't get to talk to them.
Well,
We're going back to the arts we were using earlier. Not lightning thrust. I don't like you. I don't think it was severing wind either. Maybe it was. I guess it was. No, and then... Oh, that one. There we go.
so much for them not wanting to fight.
Ho! I am Lord Dohalim of Elden Menancia. I command you.
Threats to the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not.
If they want to fight, they got one.
Now you see what I can do.
I just upgraded everybody's weapons and we barely do any damage. Ouch! Stop hitting me!
Armor won't save you.
The enemy wields arts too.
Coming through! Ha! Mount! Scarlet Inferno!
I don't know if I've ever actually had one. Rinwell makes him out to be like the best thing in the world.
Not a chance.
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
What do they normally put in parfaits? Oh, it's quite a area here. Oh, we beat that thing up earlier. And finished the mission for it. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Tina, I do like what they did with the Rift Herald, where there's like an opening in the side of the pit now. Where did it go?
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished. My turn. We did it. Not a chance.
Take this!
Void flash. Strike. Void flash.
All disasters made one!
Double demon fang.
Glacial Fury! Piercing Maelstrom!
Take this. Strike.
All disasters made one!
No further!
Glacial
Lunar Heart. You're mine. Vacuum blade. There.
Now!
Look. Look sharp. Lightning tiger blade.
This should come in handy when crafting weapons.
I hope so. Oh god, why is there multiple of these? I mean, I could run by it, but we need the experience so we can do the fishing cave.
Hi, Hoodle!
The flame inside me yearns to be lit free. My turn. Void flash.
I forgot, did you not like, I thought you didn't like wind. Must be water you don't like.
This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it. I'll leave it to you. Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno. Double Demon Fang.
Man.
We're interrupted.
Void flash. Try harder. My turn.
Shattering pieces!
Strike.
Man, we've only done half. So it doesn't like lightning. So we'll need to switch it to... where's the lightning one? Do I have a lightning one for this? No, I don't. At least we got one. Get that extra.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malachor!
Here, let me help.
Burn.
Illuminate the dark!
Lightning
Lightning
thrust.
strike!
Soaring high spear. Strike. Void flash. Be still. Strike.
Annihilation! Illuminate the
Lightning
dark!
thrust.
Magic
Soaring high spear. You're mine. Devastation.
Healing circle! Raging cascade!
You're mine.
Myself together!
Enough.
Dance in the wind! Fury!
Double Demon Fang.
Water!
Soaring light spear.
Flame of fury!
There, we got Kisara's shield to block it too.
Eternal devastation.
Strike! Freeze Lancer!
Void flash.
Hang Strike!
Down. You're all mine. Not today.
Make it rain!
Kisara. Commander of Heaven. Phoenix Cyclops.
Whew.
Hey! Poodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky!
I hope so. I hope we get some good stuff to make some better weapons.
Get lost!
I see what it is.
Who's your lord? We're the sovereign here, not anybody else. Ow.
Be still! Point flash! Shattering them! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Ouch.
Now you see what I can do. An astral
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
No, we missed the break chance. Ow. What is happening?
I'll stop your movement.
and I'll stop your life.
Astral energy.
Say no more!
I feel sprightlier than before.
We'll kill these things first while we got the bonus stuff for items.
That's far enough.
You picked the wrong fight!
Hurricane eruption.
Be still!
They really don't give up, do they?
Now you'll learn!
See what I can do.
Here I come! Try harder! My turn! Strike! Devastation!
It's such a stupid looking move. Meteor Storm? Well, I like that move already.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
My turn! Dazzle!
This one's mine.
In a bind.
Do it.
Kitara. Frozen.
Hammer.
Now! Strike!
Lunar correction. With this, I can become even stronger.
Ooh, treasure. Shortcake recipe. Getting all kinds of goodies in here. What is this? Pineapple gel.
Those
No!
soldiers don't seem to
We
have
get
any
around the
qualms
corner.
about attacking on sight.
Damn it.
Someone making them stand guard over the Forbidden Zone?
I didn't want to cut him off.
I won't forgive you.
Anything in armor is all mine.
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
Time to let it rip! Be still! Void Flash! Strike! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Double Demon Fang! Ha! Not today! Take it! Strike! Crush!
I will fear.
Soaring Light Spear!
Winds of heaven. Freeze Lancer.
Be still! Devastation!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Well, I didn't have a chance to block its charge because it hit somebody so fast. Well, when we get back from this planet, we should be able to take on some of the other stuff down below. Like that stupid horse that killed us. By like insta-killing me. We need to get our people out of the corner here. I didn't have the stuff to block that one.
Not today!
Piercing roll! No more playing nice!
Strike!
Radiant
Devastation!
Oh wow, she froze him.
That'll teach us for getting cocky.
We didn't. What? Law, what are you smoking? We whooped that thing's ass. There's a lot of things back in here. There's more than what I was thinking.
An opponent like this should be easy.
I never miss!
You made me
Oops, I used the wrong one too.
Lightning condemned!
Will this help?
Illuminate the dark!
Wow.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malicer! Flaming meteor!
Demon Fang!
Nothing can stop me.
I'm only getting started!
Hurricane Frost!
Double Demon Fang!
Glacial spear! Here's evil!
Man, I wish I had more lightning element moves.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Take this! Eternal
Make it
devastation!
rain! Zara! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
There we go, that hit multiple people.
Astral energy!
Say no more.
That one, maybe it did. Just wasn't enough to kill it.
Light burst forth!
Radiant citizen!
Everyone still in one piece?
Yep. I barely
Red
worked up a sweat.
Sage. Regenerative Crystal. Ooh, a level 5 one. Ooh, 2 level 5 ones. Yeah, Awakening Pebble, yeah. How much healing do we have left? I stocked up on this stuff before we left. We can afford to burn a couple of them.
I won't forgive you! Bring him down! Lunar corruption!
Take this!
Lightning
Lightning
orb!
thrust!
Watch for
If
those
it's in the sky, it's mine! A whirling trouble! Here's a healing orb! Winds of heaven! First aid!
Appreciate the help.
Ignite!
Radiant projectile!
You're mine!
Man, I missed the one. No arts for you, they're only for me.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Eat dirt! You're mine! Devastation!
Man, that doesn't do any break damage to it.
Take this!
Now you've gone and ticked me off!
Mama Kisara is angry. Void Dragoon? Oh, damn it! They already stopped him from using it. I like on the finisher he can put lightning on his sword, but I can't do it regularly.
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
No, she's not. How did I miss the other guy? He's standing right there. Stop! I should have known we were a little far away to hit everyone with that one.
Be stronger.
Whew. Hey, monies! Good, because we needed some of that. A teleporter?
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for. Let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danan astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too, if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Oh boy, I'm not gonna lie, I do kind of like the name Naori. We'll save up before we go here. Because usually if they have those there, it's before a boss fight. I do like the music they're playing here too.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
Summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when...
We can talk later. Here it comes!
Tormented Limbs. What a name.
I've never known Faria to control Zoogles like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master core?
Where did she get her hands on that?
I don't like that its core is in its face either. Holy shit, that took a chunk out of Shion. We need to knock this thing on the ground here quick. Oh shoot, I forgot it shoots lasers. He's getting ready to shoot that laser again, yep. It's a little slow on the charge there.
Consider
Oh, first half of the fight down. That's always the easiest, right? Dang it, I thought I was going to avoid that one. Ah, it's a little late on that one. Dang it, it was a triple swing hit, and I wasn't ready for that. I avoided the first one. There we go, broke the core again. Ah! I couldn't avoid it again. I screwed up.
Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Here's a healing power of light. Let me out. Where that came from? Far enough. Annihilation. Glacial spear. Here's the evil struggle. Shield and laser.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free. You. Stay away from my friends.
Ah, I got Shion because she was trying to heal us all. Whew! I think we did pretty good on that one.
Now it's just her! Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning! The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim!
Forgive me.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim.
give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almeidrea. As for Tarnagin, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already passed, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shionne.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
Yes. Oh, dang it.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
that was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her, it reminds me of Shionne's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shionne's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way.
I'm sorry. You got me fucked up with that Super Saiyan comment. You didn't have to go that far. That looks more painful than going Super Saiyan. Either that or Krillin has just died for like the 400th time. And the pain is coming back to everybody.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
Do you think the Thorns are secretly named Frieza?
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent.
All right, on to the next floor, and then that will probably be it for the night, because it is 11:30. Almost.
Soon, you might very well learn the truth behind Shionne's thorns, as well as my own past.
But seriously, what the hell is going on this planet?
Whatever happens, I'm determined to save Shionne and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that.
I don't think there's anything for me to steal here either. How are we doing on healing? We'll see when we get up here what happens. Hey, buddy, what are you doing?
Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
This room looks
I wanna look
familiar.
through that room over there.
No!
You'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out.
You are not the Mass Effect guy that goes assuming direct control. Yeah, this is...
Looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
Let me go exploring first. I need to steal things. No.
We should go through that room some more.
Damn it!
Move on.
The invisible plot wall.
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long. think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Dahnan astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure taking the form of a Dahnan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign?
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait. I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only Sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
That's crazy.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign. And Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Only 2 sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
Alright, after this we're done reading. That's enough reading. I don't think there's anything else in here for us to read after this either. By the way, Chappie farted and it really stinks. It's funny they said Volron was unstable and they knew it. Yet they did nothing about it. My man's is unstable, but we'll let him be sovereign anyway. Oh, thank God we can't read that one. Life bottles. Ooh, I needed those. It's amazing that these screens are all still up. I think these all say the same. Yeah, this is the notice. That's the... Lots of numbers? Yeah, that ain't for me. We're out. There's our mask from the beginning of the game.
Naori, I...
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell. His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise.
If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me. It made me Iron Mask.
Wow, Jared.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart.
You're a little late, aren't you, buddy?
Your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
Yeah, it sounds about right. Jack should be playing it with you then, too. Of course you were. See that, Tina? See? He prefers VTubers over his actual friend. Well, this looks like thorns, doesn't it?
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen the Sovereign was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Dahnan voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony, and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No. The truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself, and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead. And it's for my sake. So I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Yeah, we'll take that.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that...
Yes, I am old man, like I've said before.
And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The one separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. she had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
You should mean Gibraltar. He's way better. Or, oh god, I can't think of his name right now. Oh, the other Gibby guy with the shield. Newcastle. That's it. Newcastle. So who got the better dress? Cloud or Shion? We even got a fancy suit. Well, that's cool. Look when we step. Newcastles are? Well, then the obvious choice is Wraith. It's always Wraith. However, everyone, I think that's a good place to stop for tonight. We got to a happy ending spot. We got to learn more about Shion's history and how she got her thorns, and of Dohalim's not so nice past. So next time, I'm not sure what happens. Next time, honestly. Oh, you like Shion's dress better? We can switch to her quick. I'm not gonna lie, the blue feathers are a nice touch. But yes, that is it for me for tonight. I will catch you guys all next time. Jared, good luck being drunk and playing Apex. I wish you the best of luck in that endeavor. So, I'll hopefully catch you all on Monday. I will see you guys next time. Have a wonderful night.